Between two leaning stones, a road walks into an old battlefield and then just vanishes under the weeds. Travelers who cross it do not come out the other side, and the local word for the place is haunted, which is true, and nowhere near the whole of it. Geralt goes in to learn why the dead here will not lie down and finds an old promise that was broken on this exact ground. Not everything buried in a field is a body. The road entered the field between two leaning stones, then vanished under waist-high weeds. Geralt reined Roach in before the first of them. Rain had softened the ruts behind him, yet the ground ahead lay dry and hard, pale beneath the bent grass, as though no water had touched it in years. The afternoon sky hung low over the northern kingdoms, one unbroken weight of cloud, and the light had already begun to fail, with an hour still left before sunset. Roach lifted her head, drew breath through widened nostrils, and stepped sideways. Geralt let her move and kept his eyes on the weeds. They leaned east beneath the wind. Farther out, where the road passed through a shallow hollow, a narrow strip of white mist moved west. A black bird came down toward the field, checked in the air above the first furrow, and beat its wings hard until it had climbed away again. No cry followed it. The whole breadth of the old battlefield lay silent, from the thorn-grown ridge in the north to a stand of drowned-looking alders in the south. Behind him, someone cleared his throat, and then the Reeve said, "You see it then?" Geralt looked back. The man stood 10 paces down the road, with 3 villagers behind him, none of them willing to come nearer the stones, and all 4 carried lanterns, though there was daylight enough to see by. The flames inside the horn panes burned low and red. "I see a field," Geralt said. The Reeve swallowed. His name was Hennin. He had thick wrists, a gray beard, and mud dried to both knees, as if he had been praying in the road before Geralt arrived. "It sees you too," he said. Geralt dismounted. Roach tugged once against the reins as he led her toward an ash tree beside the ditch, and he tied her well back from the boundary, loosened the girth, then drew a small pouch from the saddlebag. Dried celandine, powdered mandrake root, a measure of salt, and iron filings lay inside. He smelled the mixture and returned it to his belt and asked how many. Hennin glanced toward the field and wanted to know if he meant travelers. "Vanished," Geralt said. 8 that they knew of, came the answer. 3 from the village, 5 strangers. And those you do not know. The Reeve rubbed a thumb over the rim of his lantern and said the road was used less now. That was not the question, Geralt told him, and Hennin agreed that it was not, and Geralt waited. Hennin looked to the others. One was a bent old woman with a red kerchief tied beneath her chin. Beside her stood a miller's son, scarcely old enough to shave, gripping a wood axe with both hands. The last was broad through the shoulders and wore an old mail collar under a sheepskin coat. "Perhaps 12, the Reeve said at last. "Perhaps more. Some enter from the eastern side and never reach us. Some leave here and are not seen in the next village. We only know when kin come asking." The first, he said when Geralt asked, had gone in late spring, a peddler called Vesk, whose mule came back after midnight with the packs still tied. Vesk did not. They had found his cap, no blood. As for tracks, the old woman answered before Hennin could. "Many." Her voice was dry and strong, and Geralt turned to her and asked whose. Men walking beside him, men without shoes, men without heels. One had a spear dragged behind. Hennin made a sign against evil. The miller's son stared at the weeds. Geralt asked whether she had followed them, and her mouth tightened before she said, "To the second stone." And when he asked what had happened there, she told him they turned to face her. The wind crossed the road, flattened the grass along the ditch, and passed into the field. The weeds beyond the stones did not stir. Geralt studied her a moment and asked her name, and she gave it as Dara. Had she seen their faces? She had seen where faces had been. It was dusk, she said, with fog lying low, only over the ruts. Geralt crouched at the western boundary stone. Lichen crusted its outer face, green and yellow where the rain struck, while the side turned toward the field was bare, and several shallow cuts marked the lower edge. At first they resembled scratches from a plowshare, but the grooves ran in pairs and ended in dark stains sunk deep into the stone. He scraped one with his thumbnail, and a brittle black flake came free. Old blood. Below it, almost hidden under the soil, 5 lines had been scored into the stone, 4 upright and the 5th crossing them. He asked who kept count, and no one answered. He dug around the base with 2 fingers. The earth smelled of cold iron and roots. A twist of gray cord emerged from beneath the stone, rotted through in places and knotted around something buried deeper, and Geralt drew his knife and cut the soil away until he exposed a little finger bone, yellow with age. The nail was still bound in the cord. The miller's son retched into the ditch. Hennin whispered that the gods preserved them. "They have not," Dara said. Geralt wiped the blade on the grass and said the cord had been tied there after the battle. Hennin asked how he knew that. The cord was younger than the bone, Geralt told him, and the knot was a warding knot, badly made. Someone had found the finger and thought that binding it to the stone would keep the dead inside. Had it? Hennin wanted to know. For a time. The broad man stepped forward, his mail collar giving a faint rustle, and asked whether Geralt could keep them inside again. Geralt looked at him. The man did not lower his eyes, though the effort showed in the set of his jaw. He gave his name as Bren when it was asked for, and when Geralt asked whether he had fought here, his face changed so little that Hennin might not have noticed it. Geralt did. "I was not born," Bren said. "That was not my question either." The old woman turned her head toward him and said his grandsire had. Bren gave her a hard look, which she ignored. Came home with 1 ear and no sleep left in him. Lived to 90. Never spoke the name of the lord he served, nor the men they killed here. "Army or levy?" Geralt asked. "Both," she said. "Men were gathered from 6 valleys, some wore colors, and some came with pruning hooks." When he asked who had won, she looked out over the field. No one who stayed. The mist in the hollow thickened. It did not rise from the soil. It came sliding between the weeds, in long white threads, winding around broken stalks and filling the road 1 rut at a time. Geralt stood and watched it reach the blackened mark where the first boundary stone cast its shadow. And there it stopped. The lantern flames behind him, bent toward the field. A sound carried from the hollow. Wood creaking under weight. Once, then again. Hennin stepped back. The miller's son tightened his grip on the axe until the haft groaned. Geralt walked to the edge of the road. The mist lay below his knees now, spreading through the hollow without spilling beyond it, and something moved within it, too slow for a running man and too level for a beast. A dark shape emerged 20 paces away, then another. A small wagon rolled out of the white. No horse drew it. The shafts dragged in the ruts, scraping over stones, and one wheel turned cleanly while the other caught at every revolution and jerked the wagon sideways. Reeds and field grass clung to the axle. A torn leather curtain hung from the frame, and fresh mud coated the boards, though the battlefield had received no rain. Hennin breathed that it was theirs. Geralt glanced at him, and the reeve said, "The Tanners, man and wife from Vergen Way, came through yesterday morning." The wagon rolled nearer. A bundle sat upright beneath the curtain. Geralt smelled wet hide, lamp oil, and something sweet beneath both. Rot had not yet begun, but blood, left standing in cold air, had its own scent, copper dulled by cloth and damp wood. He raised one hand and told them to stay behind the stones. Bren drew a short sword. Geralt looked at the blade, then at him, and told him to put it away. What if something came through? Bren asked. It would choose the man waving iron. Bren sheathed it. The wagon struck a buried stone and stopped 6 paces inside the boundary. For several breaths, nothing moved. The crooked wheel rocked gently and mist curled between the spokes. Geralt crossed the first stone. The cold touched him at once. It was not the clean cold of wind or winter water. It entered through his boots and gathered along old scars, finding each place where flesh had once opened. His medallion remained still against his chest, yet his teeth ached as though he had bitten silver. Behind him, Hennin said, "Witcher." Geralt kept his eyes on the wagon. A woman's hand hung beneath the leather curtain, the skin pale, the fingers loose, no blood marking them, and a plain copper ring still on the 3rd finger. He approached from the side, placing each foot where the weeds had not been pressed flat. In 3 paces from the wagon, he saw the first track. A bare heel in the dust. Another print lay beside it, showing only the toes. A third had been made by a foot, split from ankle to arch. And there were more around the wagon, until the ground was crowded with the passage of men who had walked round and round it. All the tracks faced inward. Geralt drew his silver sword as the leather curtain stirred and a face appeared beneath it. The dead woman had been propped upright against the wagon's frame, her hair braided with blue cord, her head leaning at an angle no living neck would bear. A deep cut crossed her throat, and the flesh around it had gone gray and dry. Her eyes opened. Behind the stones, Hennin cried out. Geralt did not strike. The corpse's lips moved without breath, yet a voice reached him from low in the mist, thin as wind, through cracked reeds, telling him to hold the line. The wagon creaked, and from beneath it another voice answered, "Hold." A man lay under the axle with both arms wrapped around the wood, his coat the same brown wool worn by the tanner who had passed through the village. His throat had been opened too. Both heels were worn to blood, as though he had been dragged a great distance while trying to brace himself. Geralt stepped back, and shapes formed in the mist around the wagon. At first, they were no more than deeper stains in the white. Then shoulders gathered beneath ragged cloaks, bent heads appeared beneath split helmets, and a spear point lifted, rusted and dark, followed by the transparent shaft of the weapon once attached to it. Men stood where the bare tracks had ended, one after another, all of them turned toward the wagon. Their bodies showed different wounds. One had a cheek open to the teeth. Another held his own entrails against his belly, and several bore black lines around their throats. The last shade to rise wore no armor at all, only a torn shirt and shackles at both wrists, and the chain between them trailed off into the mist. "Hold the line," the dead woman whispered again. The wraiths raised their weapons. Geralt swept his left hand down and cast Igni across the road, and flame ran low through the dry grass between him and the wagon, not as a wall, but as a bright, crackling seam. The nearest wraith recoiled, its outline tearing apart in the heat, streaming backward like cloth caught in a gale, while the others drew close together beyond the flames. Silver would cut them where they thickened. It would not free them. Geralt moved sideways along the burning strip, studying their faces, their wounds, the way they stood. They did not look at him. Every hollow gaze stayed fixed on the wagon and through it, on something no longer there. A command sounded from deep in the field, low and distant and clear, telling them to close, and the shades obeyed. They packed shoulder to shoulder, wounded men pressing into wounded men, spear shafts lowering above broken hands. One walked through the burning grass and came apart from the knees down, and still it dragged itself forward, fingers digging into the soil, its mouth stretched wide around a sound that had ended years before. Geralt reached into his pouch, took a pinch of salt and iron filings, and threw them into the fire. The flames whitened. A sharp crack passed through the mist. The crawling shade collapsed into a scatter of gray light, and the line behind it wavered. Geralt used the moment to step inside the wagon's reach, catching the dead woman by the shoulder and lowering her from the seat before the wraiths could close again. Her body was heavy and newly cold. A dark cord had been tied around her wrist, and at its end hung a small iron ring, rough and unfinished, no wider than a thumbnail. Geralt cut it free. The field answered. Every weed bent toward him. The mist surged up to his waist and smothered the fire in one breath, and the wraiths turned their ruined faces from the wagon. For the first time they saw him. Geralt dropped the little ring, and it struck the road and split into rust. A false token. The shades came forward. He drew a half circle in the dust with the heel of his boot, planted his feet and cast Eärden before them, and violet light spread through the ruts in a web of angular lines. The first two wraiths entered the sign and gained weight at once, their vaporous limbs clotting into torn flesh and corroded mail, and Geralt's silver blade moved once across both. The stroke broke their forms apart, but he turned the flat of the sword toward the third, driving it back rather than cleaving through. A fourth thrust a spectral spear over its shoulder. Geralt caught the shaft beneath his guard, twisted, and let its own force carry the shade across the glowing edge of Eärden, where the iron filings, scattered in the dust, clung to it like sparks. The wraith screamed with many voices. Beyond it, more figures rose. They appeared in the weeds on either side of the road, at the hollow's rim, behind the wagon, farther back, where no bones showed above the earth. Some stood in ranks and others crawled. One limped forward with an arrow through each eye, and a boy no older than the miller's son walked among them, clutching a broken drum against his chest. Geralt gave ground toward the boundary stones. The shades followed, though several strained against something behind them, their bodies stretching thin whenever they neared the fire-blackened edge of the field, as if invisible hooks had caught beneath their ribs, bound, not to the road, not to the corpses in the wagon, but to something farther in. Geralt stepped over the first stone. The nearest wraith lunged and stopped so sharply that its neck snapped backward, and it hung there above the boundary, mouth open, reaching for him with fingers worn down to bone. Then the mist withdrew, and it dragged every shade with it. The field emptied in silence, drawing white threads back through the weeds until the wagon stood alone in the fading light. The dead tanners remained where Geralt had laid them, mouths shut and limbs slack. For several moments no one spoke. The miller's son sank to his knees. Hennin stared at the road and asked whether they were gone, and Geralt, cleaning his blade with a square of linen, said no. Asked how many there had been, he said more than they had lanterns for. The Reeve looked toward the darkening hollow and wanted to know whether they could cross the stones, and Geralt told him not yet. Dara came forward until the toes of her boots touched the boundary. Her face had gone pale, but her gaze stayed steady, and she asked what the dead had said. "Hold the line." The old woman closed her eyes. Bren muttered that it proved nothing. Geralt sheathed the silver sword and crouched beside the tanner woman. The skin around her throat bore no claw marks, no tearing from teeth. The wound was narrow and deep, cut from behind by a clean blade, and her husband's wound matched it. Their boots were thick with pale dust from the center of the field. They walked in alive, Geralt said. Something made them take the old road beyond the hollow. They were killed where the soldiers died, then sent back in the wagon. Hennin whispered the word back at him. "Sent?" And Geralt lifted the woman's right hand. Beneath the copper ring, a dark mark circled her finger, though no second ring remained. Someone put tokens on them, crude copies of an older thing. The dead mistook them for part of what happened here. Bren's hand rose toward his mail collar, then stopped. Geralt saw it and told him to take it off. The broad man stiffened and asked why, and Geralt said, "Because it was found in this field." Hennin looked at him and said his name once. The man said nothing. Dara's voice cut through the stillness. His grandsire left it to him. Geralt stepped closer. The links were old, blackened by smoke, and repaired in 3 places, and near the throat one flattened ring bore a faint mark, 4 upright cuts crossed by a 5th, the same count carved into the boundary stone. "Take it off," Geralt said again. Bren's breathing grew loud, and he said it was only male. From the hollow a voice spoke. "Close." Bren tore at the buckle. The mist rose behind the wagon, and a line of pale faces appeared above the weeds, and Geralt seized the mail collar and ripped it free as the first shade reached the edge of the field. The links twisted in his fist. Something cold tightened around his wrist, and for an instant the road vanished beneath his feet. He saw men kneeling in mud, dozens of them, their weapons in a heap, and their hands bound with gray cord. At the front of the line stood an officer in a dark cloak, holding a ring large enough to circle a man's wrist, and one by one the prisoners reached through it and spoke words Geralt could not hear. Behind them, soldiers drew knives. The vision broke. Geralt flung the collar into the ditch, and the nearest wraith recoiled as though struck, its face changing for a single heartbeat into the face of a living man with mud in his beard and disbelief in his eyes. Then the mist swallowed it, and darkness settled over the field. Geralt turned to Hennin and told him to take the bodies to the village to burn the wagon before moonrise, and to wear, carry, or keep nothing found beyond the stones. The Reeve looked down at the dead tanners for a long moment and asked what the Witcher meant to do himself, and Geralt, watching the hollow where the last pale shape had gone, said he needed oil, tallow, a spade that had not broken graves, and every name Dara remembered from the men who came back after the battle. Dara studied him and said he meant to cross tonight. No. Relief moved through the villagers far too quickly for his liking, and he bent and pressed 2 fingers to the dry earth inside the boundary, where beneath the chill lay a faint, steady warmth, like blood held under skin. Tonight, he told them, he would learn where the dead stopped. Far out in the field, iron struck iron, once, twice, then 100 times, until the weeds shivered beneath the sound of an army making ready in the dark. The moon had not risen when Geralt entered the field again. Behind him, the last flame of the burning wagon sank into a bed of red coals beside the boundary stones, and the villagers had carried the tanners away under wool blankets, moving quickly and without speech, while Dara remained with a lantern and a bundle of folded papers tied in twine. Hennin had brought the spade, 3 jars of rendered tallow, and a sack of dry kindling, and had set them down without crossing the ditch. Bren had not returned. Geralt wore the old mail collar wrapped in sacking across his shoulder. He had washed the links in vinegar, dusted them with salt, and tied the bundle shut with horsehair. And still the cold seeped through his coat, where the weight rested against him. In his left hand he carried a shuttered lantern, in the right a hazel rod cut from the tree where Roach stood. At the first stone, Dara caught his sleeve and reminded him that he had asked for names. Geralt looked at the papers beneath her arm while she explained that her father had kept the levies for the valley, not the battle itself, but those who came back from it. 17, she said when he asked how many, and 83 had gone out from the villages named there, with more from the estates upriver. Geralt took the bundle. The upper sheet was brittle and stained along one edge, covered in narrow writing that had faded from black to brown, and beside some of the names stood a cross. Beside others a circle, while several carried no mark at all. Cross for buried, she said, circle for returned, and when he asked about the rest, she raised the lantern until its light cut deep hollows beneath her eyes, and told him, "Gone, no body, no man home." Geralt folded the list and put it inside his coat. Her father had not fought, she said. He had only counted those taken. Her husband had gone, and her husband had not returned, and his name was Oren Vale. Geralt found it midway down the second page. No mark stood beside it. He asked what the man had carried, and she gave it plainly enough. A wood axe, a red scarf, bread for 2 days, and shook her head at the question of armor. Nothing of iron that might have come back, he pressed, and she said that nothing at all had come back. Across the field, iron struck iron again. The sound began near the alders and passed northward in a ragged line, each blow answering the one before it, and it was not the clean rhythm of smiths. Some strokes rang sharp, others landed dull upon wood, earth, or bone. When the last of it faded beneath the thorn ridge, a drum sounded once from the hollow. Geralt opened the lantern shutter and told her to stay on this side of the stones. "I stayed once," Dara said. He met her gaze until she lowered her hand from his sleeve, and then he crossed. The first stretch of road lay empty. Ash from the burnt wagon drifted through the weeds. Behind him, gray flakes turning slowly in the wind, though none of it passed beyond the boundary. Ahead, mist filled the hollow in a low white sheet, and the crooked wheel tracks were still there where the wagon had come, their edges softened as if a great many bare feet had crossed over them since. He pressed the hazel rod into the left rut and the wood bent north. 10 paces on, he tried again, and this time the rod twisted toward the center of the road, its bark creaking beneath his grip. He marked the place with a lump of chalk, then kept to the raised ground, beside the rut rather than walking within it. Nothing rose to meet him, and the silence lasted until he reached the hollow. There, water dripped. No rain had fallen and no stream crossed the road, yet the sound came from every side, slow drops striking leather, leaves, and shallow pools. Geralt lowered the lantern and found the soil dry beneath his boots. A droplet touched his cheek, and it was warm, and when he wiped it away, there was red on his fingers. The mist shifted. Men stood within it, close enough that the nearest might have reached him in a single step, their outlines faint and visible, only where the lantern's glow passed through them, but not one of them turned toward him. They knelt along both sides of the road with their heads bowed and their hands held behind their backs, and gray cords bound their wrists. Geralt closed the lantern shutter. Darkness took the hollow, and the kneeling shapes remained, a pale line tracing each shoulder and bent neck, cold light clinging to them without flame or moon. More appeared beyond the first row, then more behind those, until the road ran between hundreds of silent prisoners. Geralt did not draw his sword. He stepped into the hollow. The nearest dead man lifted his head. One eye was swollen shut, mud filled his beard, and a deep cut beneath his ear had opened the throat without severing it. His mouth worked twice before any sound came out of it. Name? Geralt stopped. The next shade raised its face and said the same word, and a third joined it. And then the word passed down the ranks. Voices overlapping, some deep, some young, some little more than air leaking through ruined throats. And the field carried it outward until the alders whispered it, and the thorn ridge answered. Geralt drew Dara's list from his coat and gave them Oren Vale. The first shade lowered its head. He read on, Yannick Cern, Baelor of Vessa, Tommelgar, Raffen Miller's son, and with each name one of the kneeling figures dimmed. Some vanished wholly. Others stayed where they were, their wounds brightening as though memory had tightened around them, and Geralt moved between the rows, reading from the brittle pages, while warm drops fell through the dark. Seldenmeyer, Hobtrenner, Varric Two Fingers, Olenbrast. A shade near the road shuddered. It wore no boots and held its bound hands twisted against its spine, and at the name Olenbrast it turned toward him, but the face belonged to a boy scarcely 15. Wrong man. Geralt stopped reading. The dead raised their heads together and asked again, and he told them he did not have theirs. The boy opened his mouth wider, and a line appeared around his neck, black and narrow, and his head slipped sideways until one ear rested upon his shoulder. Name. Geralt folded the list. A rustle moved through the ranks behind him, and the prisoners were no longer kneeling. They rose without straightening, cords still binding their hands, heads hanging at broken angles, and those nearest the road stepped closer, their bare feet making no sound, though each left a dark print in the dust. Geralt took the old mail collar from his shoulder, and the moment the bundle touched the ground, every shade turned toward it. He cut the horsehair tie. Cold burst from the sacking and whitened the grass, and the blackened lynx lay coiled there like a sleeping serpent, one flattened ring near the clasp catching the dead light and showing 5 carved strokes. The prisoners drew nearer. Geralt took a stoppered flask from his belt and poured lamp oil around the collar, in a narrow circle, then set 4 small lumps of tallow at the quarters, each pressed with salt and dried rowan bark, and laid the hazel rod across the center. He asked whose armor it was. The shades crowded to the edge of the oil and gave him nothing. He struck flint, and the oil caught with a low blue flame. A man screamed from the northern edge of the hollow, and unlike the dead voices, this one carried breath in it. Geralt looked up. Bren was stumbling through the weeds 20 paces away with one hand clamped over his throat, wearing only his linen shirt beneath the sheepskin coat, blood darkening the cloth at his shoulder, and a gray cord trailing from his wrist. "Witcher!" Geralt rose and told him not to cross the road, and Bren lurched toward him anyway. Behind the man the weeds bent in a widening path, nothing visible moving there, yet each stalk flattening beneath a measured tread. "I said stop. They came to the house." Bren dragged at the cord, and his voice came out flat, the way men speak when they have already told a thing too many times in their own head. "My grandsire was there, standing by the hearth. He put this on me." Geralt told him to cut it, and Bren said he had tried, and neither of them needed to say more, because the cord had sunk into the flesh, and the knot lay against the pulse, swollen and black. The blue fire around the male collar leaned toward Bren, and every prisoner shade did the same. Geralt reached into his satchel and drew out a small hooked knife, the kind used for cutting monster sinew. "Hold your arm away from your body." Bren took one more step, and the dead surged. They did not strike. They seized him with bound hands, fingers closing through coat and flesh, until his back arched and frost spread across his beard, and when his mouth opened, another voice came through it. "Close the line." Geralt threw the lantern. It struck the road between Bren and the shades. The horn pane shattered, and burning oil spilled out in a broad golden flare that broke their hold for one heartbeat. He entered it. He caught Bren by the coat, drove him down, and hooked the knife beneath the cord. But the blade dulled the moment it touched the gray fibers, and when he twisted harder, the cord only tightened, biting to the bone. A rusted spearhead passed through his sleeve and grazed the skin beneath, and the cold went straight into his forearm and numbed it. Geralt let the knife fall, caught Bren's wrist in both hands, and thrust it into the blue fire around the male collar. Bren roared. The cord smoked but did not burn, and dark shapes moved beneath its twisted strands, tiny marks like written letters crawling around the knot. Geralt pressed the wrist lower and asked whose armor it was, and Bren thrashed and said it was his grandsire's, and when Geralt asked for the name, he gave it. Edrin Holt. And when Geralt asked what the man had done here, he said he did not know. A shade thickened beside them. Mail formed across its chest, one link at a time, matching the collar in the flames, and the face above it was old, broad, and gray with death, one ear missing. Bren saw it and stopped struggling and said the word grandsire, and the wraith reached for him. Geralt caught the burning hazel rod from the circle and drove it through the shade's chest. The wood did not wound the spirit, but the living sap trapped within it burst under the heat and scattered steam and rowan smoke through the hollow, and the wraith recoiled, its mail flickering. "Ask him," Geralt said. Bren stared. The old shade's jaw opened, and a knife wound crossed its tongue. Geralt said, "Ask again," and Bren whispered his question, wanting to know what had happened, and the wraith raised one hand and pointed north toward the thorn ridge. Then its fingers folded, one by one, until only the first remained extended. One officer, one order. The bound prisoners pressed closer and their mouths opened, and Geralt said the word name, and Bren looked down at the burning cord around his wrist. He never told us. He came home with silver, and that collar, bought the North Meadow, told my father the dead had paid him. The old wraith struck him.
Its hand passed through Bren's face, yet the man's head snapped sideways and blood filled his mouth. And when he looked back, a dark bruise shaped like 5 fingers spread from temple to jaw. Geralt seized the cord with the iron tongs from his satchel and told him to say what the man was. Bren's lips trembled while the dead leaned near, and he said that he guarded prisoners, and the old wraith convulsed, and he said that he took from them, and the gray cord loosened, and he said that he helped kill them. Geralt tore it free. The knot came away carrying strips of burned skin. He flung it into the blue fire, where it twisted like a worm and burst into sparks, and around them the prisoner shades threw back their heads, and their cry rolled across the field without wind, flattening the mist and bowing every weed to the earth. The old wraith remained. Its face began to change, age falling away, the missing ear returning, and for a breath, Edrin Holt stood as he had on the day of the slaughter, thick-necked and afraid, his hands wet to the wrists. He pointed north again, then something pulled him backward. The wraith clawed at the road, spectral fingers furrowing the soil as his body stretched toward the thorn ridge, and the other dead were dragged with him. One after another they slid through the mist. Kneeling men, broken boys, mail-clad guards, and limping spearmen, all drawn toward the same dark rise. Geralt grabbed the burning collar with the tongs before it could follow, and the lynx strained north so fiercely that the iron groaned. Bren lay coughing in the road, and when Geralt asked if he could stand, the man pushed himself onto one knee. Geralt told him to go back. Bren began to say something about his grandsire, and Geralt cut across it. The man was still bound. Bound to what? Bren asked. Geralt looked toward the ridge. The mist had pulled away from its lower slope, revealing a long, pale seam beneath the thorns. And at first it resembled chalk in the earth, until he saw the curve of a skull, and then another and another, packed side by side beneath a skin of roots. Something taken from the prisoners, Geralt said. Something used to seal an oath. Bren wiped blood from his mouth and asked if it was the ring he had seen, and Geralt said a larger one. The mail collar twisted within the tongs, and far beneath the thorn ridge iron answered it with a deep, buried note. The ground between Geralt and the rise split open. A narrow trench appeared where weeds had grown moments before, running across the field from alder to stone, and bones filled it shoulder to shoulder. Some wore shackles, some still held broken weapons. All had been laid facing the road, and their skulls turned toward Geralt, and from inside the trench came the scrape of many teeth. Bren staggered backward. Geralt opened his silver sword with his free hand, yet kept the point lowered because the dead in the trench did not rise. They only watched while the mail collar pulled north, each link trembling toward the hidden iron under the ridge. At the far end of the field, a command sounded. Advance. The bones began to crawl. The first skull dragged itself over the lip of the trench by its teeth, its jaw closing on a root, pulling, releasing, and biting again. Vertebrae followed through the soil, then shoulders bound in rotted leather, ribs packed with black earth, and the pale bones of both arms, and around it the rest began to move in the same fashion,
hundreds of dead men hauling themselves upward without breath or voice. Geralt stepped across Bren and drove the point of his silver sword into the ground, telling him to get back to the stones. Bren stared at the trench and said they were between him and the road, so Geralt said south. And when Bren asked about the alders, Geralt told him to move. A hand broke through the earth beside Bren's boot, its fingers closing around his ankle with a dry click. Geralt cut downward, severing the wrist, then kicked the loose bones into the trench, and more hands emerged along its length, clawing through roots and old cloth. Bren limped toward the lower end of the hollow, and Geralt followed him long enough to keep the man within reach. He still held the mail collar in the tongs, and the old iron pulled toward the thorn ridge with enough force to wrench his shoulder. When the first crawling corpse reached for the lynx, its bones darkened as if dipped in ink. The dead were not seeking flesh. They wanted what had been taken from them. Geralt released the collar. It struck the ground and skittered north through the weeds, dragged by an unseen line, and 3 corpses turned after it at once, their ribs scraping over stones, while their bound legs trailed behind. Others followed, leaving Bren a narrow passage toward the alders. "Keep to the wet ground," Geralt said. "Do not touch any iron." Bren nodded once and ran, and the field opened beneath him. Old trenches, hidden by grass and years of silt, split the earth in crooked lines, some shallow enough to step across, others yawning black and deep and crowded with the dead. Geralt heard him stumble beyond the mist, then the splash of water among the alders, but no cry came after it. The mail collar continued north, and Geralt went after it. He did not waste silver on the crawling bones. Their spirits lay elsewhere, caught deeper than the bodies they had left behind, and hacking them apart would only scatter more pieces beneath his feet. He took the sack of kindling from his shoulder, tore it open, and flung resinous splinters into the nearest trench. Igni followed. Flame ran through the dry roots below the surface, and though it did not burn the bones, the heat drove the cold from the earth and made the crawling bodies falter. Joints loosened, hands opened. Several dead men slipped backward into the trench, dragging others down with them. Geralt crossed before the fire dimmed. The hollow ended at a strip of hard ground, strewn with rusted iron. Spearheads lay among the stones, and broken buckles, shield rims, and snapped knife blades gleamed whenever the mist thinned, and none of it bore moss, though weeds had grown over the lot for decades. The collar slid between the fragments without touching any. Geralt followed its path exactly, step for step. To either side, shapes assembled out of the mist. Soldiers in mail and patched coats, still holding the weapons they had carried into the slaughter.
One had no lower jaw. Another walked with both hands, pressed against a split skull, and none of them rushed him. They simply kept pace 6 steps away, forming a loose escort toward the ridge. A horn sounded somewhere ahead, the note beginning low and rising until it came from beneath Geralt's boots, and the shades stopped where they stood. Every head turned east toward the empty road beyond the field. Geralt stopped with them, and for a moment nothing moved at all. Then men appeared in the mist, running from the east in broken ranks, living enough in their terror to disturb the grass. Some wore scraps of color over their shoulders, others carried wood axes, hoes, sharpened stakes. Blood darkened many of them before they ever reached the hollow, as though the wounds had arrived ahead of the blades. Arrows followed. The shafts passed through the running shades and buried themselves in the earth without sound, and one man stumbled with an arrow through his cheek. Another spun and fell, rose again, and kept running with his neck bent beneath a second shaft. The soldiers beside Geralt lowered their weapons, and the battle began around him. No cry escaped the dead. They struck in silence. Axes entering mail, spears passing through bellies, men folding under blows that had killed them a long time ago. The same motions repeated along the field, though never in order. A man died beneath a sword, vanished, then appeared 10 paces away, still running toward the place of his death. Geralt moved through them. A spectral spear passed through his coat and left frost along his ribs, and he turned sideways before the next stroke, not because the shade aimed at him, but because the dead no longer knew which bodies belonged to memory and which still held blood. Their old slaughter thickened with each repetition. Near a broken shield he found the first clear sign of command. 6 men kneeling in a row with their hands bound, and behind them guards holding knives rather than swords. One prisoner wore a red scarf, darkened nearly black where it clung to his throat. Geralt drew Dara's list. Oren Vale. The kneeling man raised his head, his face narrow and bearded, the left eye closed by swelling. He looked toward Geralt, then past him to the thorn ridge, and the guard behind him seized the scarf and pulled his head back. Geralt stepped nearer and asked what they had taken, and Oren's lips moved, and the knife crossed his throat, and the scene broke apart. Geralt waited until it formed again. Oren knelt. The guard reached for the scarf. This time Geralt caught the dead man's wrist before the killing stroke, and his fingers passed through cold vapor and closed on something solid inside it. A leather thong wound twice around the guard's hand, small iron discs hanging from it, each stamped with a different mark. The shade turned, and its face was Edrin Holtz. Geralt twisted the thong free. The vision convulsed, Oren vanished, and Edrin's form stretched thin before bursting into a drift of ash-colored mist. The iron discs stayed in Geralt's hand for 3 breaths, then crumbled into rust. Not the anchor, then. A part of the taking, the field struck back. A mace head came from his left. Geralt ducked, felt its wind cross his hair, and drove his shoulder into the shade wielding it. Because inside the old violence, the spirit had thickened enough to bear weight. It staggered into another dead soldier, and both collapsed into a knot of mail and smoke. He did not cut them. He drew Ard through his palm and sent the force low across the ground, and dust, bones, and rusted blades leapt outward in a broad wave. The shades lost their footing with the debris beneath them, their remembered formation broken for a moment, and Geralt crossed the open strip and reached the mail collar where it had struck the foot of the ridge. The thorns above it were white with old webbing, though no spiders moved there. The strands ran from branch to branch in loops, too thick and regular for silk, each one made from gray cord, and knots hung among them. Hundreds of little bindings, hardened by rain and age. Some held finger bones, others held teeth, scraps of cloth, locks of hair, a warding hedge made after the slaughter and built from what remained of the dead. Geralt crouched beside the collar, which had lodged against a flat stone half hidden beneath roots. 5 cuts marked the stone, crossed by a 6th. The count had changed. He wiped soil from the face with his glove, and more cuts appeared below, arranged in rows, and men counted in groups of 5.
The stone was no grave marker. It was a tally. A shape moved behind the thorn wall, and Geralt rose slowly. Someone was walking along the upper side of the ridge, hidden by branches. He heard the measured pace, the scrape of a scabbard against mail, the soft clink of rings striking one another. When the figure stopped, the gray cords throughout the thicket tightened, and the trapped bones clicked. "Witcher," said a man's voice from behind the thorns. Calm and without echo, Geralt drew his silver sword and told him he had commanded here, and the answer came back immediately, a flat refusal. "Then you obeyed," Geralt said, and got silence for it. A gloved hand appeared between the branches, wearing a heavy iron ring around the wrist, broad enough to resemble a shackle, names cut into its outer edge in cramped rows. The hand closed, and all across the field the dead ceased fighting. The stillness came so suddenly that Geralt heard the tallow hissing in his satchel. They yielded, the figure said, and Geralt looked at the wrist ring and said that they were killed. "They broke formation," came the answer. "They fled." And they returned to the line under promise of quarter. Geralt asked whose promise it was. The cords tightened once more. "Mine." A gap opened in the thicket, and the man stepped through, wearing a dark cloak over plate gone black with age. No crest remained on the breast, only scratches where one had been hacked away. His face was narrow, handsome, and bloodless, with a wound beneath the chin where a blade had entered and broken through the crown of his skull. And the iron ring circled his wrist, gray cords running from it into the thorn hedge like reins. He was clearer than the others. A night wraith shaped from command, betrayal, and the years that had fed both. Geralt lowered the point of his sword an inch and asked for a name. The wraith's mouth hardened. "Names are for the counted." Behind Geralt, the dead began to turn, every shade on the field facing the ridge, and he felt the change through the ground before he saw it. The cold moved beneath the soil in converging lines, drawing from trenches, ruts, and shallow graves toward the ring on the commander's wrist. The prisoner shades came first, cords dragging behind them, soldiers following with weapons lowered, and even the scattered bones pulled themselves across the earth. The ring held all of them. Geralt said that he had buried it here, and the commander looked down at the iron around his wrist and said he had carried their oath, that they had given it freely. "You bound their names into it," Geralt said. "They wish to live," the commander answered. Geralt glanced at the tally stone and asked how many, and the wraith smiled without warmth. "Enough." The first prisoner reached the foot of the ridge. His spirit flattened against the thorn wall and was drawn into the cords, and one knot swelled, taking the shape of his face before shrinking again. Another shade followed, then another, and the hedge drank them in while the commander's form grew darker and heavier. Geralt moved. He cast Írden across the flat stone, not around the wraith, but beneath the mail collar and the roots binding the tally, and violet lines sank through the soil. The commander's ring pulled taut, and for one breath every cord became visible from end to end. Most ran into the hedge. One went deeper, passing under the ridge toward the road. The wrist ring was not the buried anchor. It was the key that fed it. The commander raised his hand, and gray cords tore free from the thorns and lashed across the clearing. Geralt cut the first, but silver passed straight through the second, and it wrapped around his sword arm, cold biting through the leather tightening until his fingers went numb. He let the sword fall, and the cord jerked him toward the hedge. Geralt seized the old mail collar with his free hand and thrust it over the glowing edge of Yrden. The links flared white, and Edrin Holt's shade burst out of them with his tongue still cut and his missing ear restored. The commander recoiled, and for the first time anger broke his calm. Edrin threw himself upon him. The two wraiths struck the ground together, and the thorn roots split beneath them, gray cords snapping through the air, releasing finger bones and teeth in a dry shower. Geralt tore the binding from his arm, recovered his sword, and drove the point beneath the tally stone, levering it upward. The earth below was hollow. A breath came out of it, deep and crowded, as though 100 men had drawn air together beneath the hill. Geralt pushed harder, and the stone lifted enough to show a narrow shaft lined with old shields. And far below, something iron hung in the darkness, turning slowly on a chain. The true ring, larger than a man's head. The commander hurled Edrin aside and reached for the opening, and Geralt struck him across the chest. Silver tore the dark plate open, but no blood came. Faces showed beneath the armor instead, pressed together inside him, each mouth moving around an unfinished name. The blow only loosened them. Shades spilled from the wound and seized the blade, and the commander closed his hand around the steel. "You cannot cut an oath," he said. Geralt released the hilt, said no, and kicked the tally stone into the shaft. It fell through the dark, striking shield rims on the way down, and each blow rang out across the field. And when the stone reached the hanging ring, iron met stone with a sound like a great bell, buried under earth. The commander screamed. The wrist ring split at one edge, and every shade on the field rose into the air. Geralt seized his sword as the hands upon it weakened, rolled beneath a sweep of gray cords, and reached the shaft. Cold poured upward. Below him the great iron ring turned faster, names flashing along its rim, and one cord still ran from it toward the eastern road, toward the milestone. The ridge was only a hiding place. The anchor lay where travelers still passed over it. Geralt pulled a jar of tallow from his satchel and cast it into the shaft, and the clay broke against the turning ring, fat spreading over the iron. Igni followed. Flame roared up through the shields and filled the hollow beneath the ridge, and the ring glowed dull red but did not break. And the commander staggered as fire ran through every cord tied to his wrist. Geralt turned east. Across the field, beyond the hollow and the boundary stones, the old road gleamed pale beneath the rising moon, and one milestone stood farther along it, black against the night. The commander saw where he looked, and the calm went out of his ruined face, and all the dead opened their mouths at once. Hold him. The field came for Geralt. The dead reached him before the last word had faded, coming down the ridge in a broken host, some running with weapons lifted, others dragged by the cords that bound them to the burning ring below. Prisoners and guards struck one another as they advanced, their old deaths tangled with the commander's order, until the slope filled with limbs, rusted iron, and faces stretched thin by the pull of the anchor. Geralt went through the first rank sideways. A spear passed beneath his arm. He caught the haft, used the shade's own charge to turn it into the path of a mail-clad soldier, then let go of both before their forms collapsed together. A prisoner lunged at him with bound wrists, mouth opening and closing around his lost name, and Geralt ducked under the grasp and drove the pommel of his sword against the knot between the man's hands. The cord broke. For a breath, the shade stood whole. Broad-faced, gray at the temples, wearing a torn brown coat, surprise crossing his features, and then he sank into the ground like smoke, drawn through cloth, leaving 2 lengths of rotten cord at Geralt's feet. The others pressed closer. Geralt retreated toward the eastern side of the ridge, cutting bindings where he could reach them and turning blades aside where he could not. Silver passed cleanly through the thinnest spirits and was useless until they entered the heat, rising from the shaft or crossed the fading edge of Írden. So he gave them no fixed ground to surround him on. Each step took him farther from the commander and nearer the long road beyond the field. The night wraith followed without haste. Flame shone through the split in his armor, and the faces caught within him twisted whenever the buried ring turned, and gray cords trailed from his wrist across the earth, winding around roots, bones, and the ankles of the dead. "You leave them nameless?" he said. Geralt stepped over a crawling corpse and told him he was the one who had kept the names, and the commander answered that they had yielded them. A spectral axe cut downward. Geralt slipped past the head, caught the shade's elbow, and forced the blow into a cord stretched across the path, and the edge severed it, and 3 prisoner wraiths vanished at once, and the commander faltered. Geralt saw the pull clearly then. Each cord did not hold one spirit. Some bound families, companies, whole groups gathered beneath the same false oath. Breaking them weakened the host, but the severed lines whipped back toward the wrist ring and joined again as dark strands beneath the commander's skin. The binding would mend while the anchor endured. He turned and ran, and the field rose against him. Mist rolled from the trenches in a white wall, hiding the road and the boundary stones beyond it, and old iron thrust through the ground ahead, spearheads and sword tips and broken stakes pushing upward as if the earth had grown teeth. The dead closed from both flanks, their feet gliding above the weeds, while their bones crawled underneath. Geralt took a small black vial from his belt and bit out the stopper. The potion struck bitter and hot, and Cat sharpened the darkness, bleaching the field of color, while every edge came clear. The pale cords within the mist, the cold tracks left by the shades, the black channels where the buried binding ran through the soil. His pupils widened until the burning shaft behind him shone like a distant white furnace. A narrow path remained open to the southeast, and Geralt followed it. The ground there sank beneath each step, water rising around his boots, though the earth had been dry moments before, and he smelled peat and drowned leaves. The alders stood ahead, crooked trunks clustered around a low basin where Bren waded waist deep in black water, one hand held above his head, blood running from his burned wrist to his elbow. Here, Geralt entered the basin. Cold water closed around his thighs, then his hips, and the wraiths stopped at the edge, their shapes flickering above the reeds, unable to cross the running seep that fed the hollow from beneath the roots. Bren stared past him and said they did not like water. They died on dry ground, Geralt told him. The commander appeared among the alders and raised his bound hand, and the cords spread through the branches and tightened around the pale trunks until the bark split. Roots tore from the bank, with clods of black mud clinging to them, and the narrow flow entering the basin slowed to a trickle. The water began to drain, Bren watched the level fall from his waist and asked what they were to do. "Get to the road," Geralt said. Bren said the dead were all around it. "Not the western road. East." Geralt waded toward the far bank with Bren following, limping badly. Beneath the surface, dead fingers brushed his boots, searching through the mud but unable to close while the water still moved. At the eastern edge of the basin, an alder had fallen across the bank, its roots forming a wall higher than a man. Geralt climbed the trunk, turned, and pulled Bren up by the uninjured arm, and a cord snapped around Bren's ankle, and he fell against the bark. The commander drew his hand back, and the cord tightened, dragging Bren towards the draining water, where shapes had begun to rise. Geralt drew the hooked knife and cut through the leather of Bren's boot. The man tore his foot free, as the empty boot vanished into the basin, and a dozen wraiths descended on it, grasping and striking until leather and cord came apart. Geralt asked whether he could run barefoot, and Bren got up and said he could fall quickly. "Do it eastward," Geralt told him. They crossed the alder trunk and entered a part of the field Geralt had not yet walked, where low mounds rose among nettles and sedge, too regular to be natural and too small for the graves of single men. Fragments of charred wood showed through the soil. Bren stumbled beside the first mound. Geralt caught him by the shoulder and held him still, and a child's voice whispered beneath the earth, "Open!" Bren's face emptied. Geralt crouched and brushed the nettles aside, and beneath them lay a rotted wagon board, blackened along one edge, with small finger marks cut into the wood from below. This was no battle line, Bren said, and Geralt agreed. Camp followers, then? Geralt examined the next mound, where burned cloth clung to a rusted hinge, and farther on, a clay cup lay fused into the earth by heat. They burned the baggage wagons after the killing, he said, and there were wounded inside them, servants, whoever had crawled in to hide. The commander's voice came through the alders, saying they carried weapons. Bren turned toward it, and Geralt caught the back of his coat and shoved him on. "Do not answer." Branches cracked behind them. The last of the water drained out of the basin, and the mud let go a long sigh. They moved between the mounds while whispers followed under the soil, each one asking to be opened. Some of them used words, others only scratched from below, with nails, with buckles, with broken bits of bone. Geralt kept to the narrow strips where the nettles grew thickest, because living plants marked earth the burning wagons had never disturbed. A dead hawthorn stood at the center of the mounds, and small objects hung from its branches. Copper buttons, carved toys, wooden beads, tiny shoes gone hard with age. There was no wind at all, yet every one of them turned slowly toward Geralt as he passed. Bren stopped beneath the tree where a strip of red cloth hung at eye level and said his grandmother had owned one like it. Her mother had lost a girl here, he said, a sister. He reached towards the cloth, and Geralt caught his wrist. The red strip twisted around the branch. A small hand formed at its end, pale fingers unfolding out of the weave. "Do not take what the field offers." The hand withdrew. Geralt studied the hanging objects and saw that none of them were bound with gray cord. Each had been tied on with hair, with ribbon, with strips of clothing, tokens left by kin in the years afterward. Offerings. The dead beneath the mounds were held by grief and by place, but not by the oath ring, and their voices carried no command. The commander had driven his host around them instead of through. Beyond the hawthorn, a patch of ground lay bare of mist, and Geralt led Bren toward it. As they left the mounds, the whispers changed, and one of them said, "Behind." Geralt turned. The commander was crossing beneath the dead tree with wraiths trailing him between the burned graves, but their forms weakened there, paling until nothing was left but cords and wounds. The small hanging objects began to knock softly against the branches. The dead beneath the mounds had felt him. Geralt took the folded list from his coat and held it out. "Read." Bren stared at the sheets and said there were dozens of them, and Geralt told him to read the names, loudly, and then to begin. He took them with his good hand. "Arden Pell," he read, and his voice cracked on it. "Mira Pell. Sava Pell." A whisper answered from under the nearest mound. "Here." The commander slowed. Bren looked at Geralt, then read the next names more firmly. Jelma Reed, Toven Reed, Ellis Reed. And 3 voices came up through the soil. "Here, here, here." The hanging toys began to sway. Geralt went to the hawthorn and cut the red cloth free, careful to keep bare skin off it, and laid it on the earth beside a little wooden horse and a cracked copper button. One by one he severed the old ribbons and the strands of hair, lowering each offering to the ground, while Bren went on through the names. The burned dead stirred. No bodies rose. The mounds exhaled ash. It poured through the nettles, in thin gray streams, and gathered around the commander's legs. He lifted his hand and pulled at the cords, commanding the shades behind him forward, but the ash climbed into their wounds and filled their mouths. Guards stopped with blades raised. Prisoners stopped crawling. A woman came up beside the dead hawthorn, her dress burned away below the waist, an infant held against her chest. Though both of them were made out of drifting cinders, others formed behind her. Old men, wounded boys, a girl with one side of her face blackened by flame. They did not look at Geralt at all. Their eyes were fixed on the commander. "You were not counted," he said. The ash woman opened her mouth. Her cry had no sound in it, and yet every offering beneath the hawthorn split. The commander's cords snapped taut, and the burned dead seized them with hands of soot and ember and dragged the lines down into their mounds. Wraiths along the field were pulled off their feet. The commander staggered, and the calm cracked out of him into fury. Geralt took Bren by the shoulder. "Now!" They ran. The burned dead held the commander as long as memory allowed them to, and their forms thinned with every step Geralt took toward the eastern boundary. But the mist behind him stayed torn and ragged. Bren read names while he ran, gasping them out between breaths, and each answer of "here" struck through the field like a spade against buried wood. The milestone appeared beyond the last rise. It stood beside the eastern road, taller than the boundary stones, and shaped like a hooded man, and no lichen marked it anywhere. The weeds bent away from its base in a perfect circle, leaving bare soil black beneath the moon. Geralt reached it first. 5 shallow grooves crossed its face, and below them lay hundreds more. Bren limped up beside him and stopped reading. A deep note sounded under the stone, and the great ring beneath the ridge answered it. Geralt put his palm to the milestone and found it warm. Inside it, iron turned slowly against iron. Bren asked whether that was the anchor, and Geralt drew the spade from the strap across his back and drove the blade into the bare earth. The grave built around it. Behind them, the burned dead gave way, and the commander's roar crossed the field. Geralt thrust the spade in again, struck stone, and began to dig while the mist closed over the rises behind them. The spade struck iron beneath the second layer of stones, and the blow jarred his arms to the shoulder. A low ringing went through the earth, traveled west under the field, and came back from the buried ridge, where the larger ring answered in a deeper note. Mist poured over the last rise as the sound faded, carrying pale standards and spear points inside it. Bren looked back and asked how long. Until they arrived, Geralt said, and Bren told him that was not what he had asked, and Geralt drove the spade into the soil beside the iron and said, "Then dig." Bren dropped Dara's list inside his coat and clawed at the loosened earth with his good hand. The ground around the milestone had been packed with fist-sized rocks, each one laid flat and smeared with a black substance that smelled of tallow and soot and old blood. Thin strands of gray cord ran between them. Some had rotted through. Others tightened when Geralt touched them, drawing taut beneath the soil, out toward the field, and he cut each strand with the hooked knife before he lifted the stones. The whispers began below them. At first they were too faint to separate from the scrape of the spade, and then one voice rose near Geralt's left boot, speaking up through packed earth with the wet thickness of a man buried face down. "Witness." Another answered from beneath the road, and the words spread under the milestone until the ground murmured all around them. Bren stopped digging and asked whether they were trapped down there. "Some part of them," Geralt said. "Which part?" Bren asked. "The part made to remember the oath." A spear struck the eastern boundary. Its rusted head came through the mist 10 paces off, and behind it a shade in a split helmet leaned against the unseen limit of the field, forcing the weapon forward with both hands. The shaft lengthened as it stretched, pale wood forming out of vapor, but the point could not pass the line marked by the milestone's shadow. Other wraiths gathered behind it. The commander had not yet come into sight. Geralt uncovered a slab set horizontally beneath the marker, held in place by 5 iron clamps, and each clamp bore names cut so finely that dirt had filled the letters and hidden them. Bren brushed one clean with his sleeve. "Orin Vale," he read. A blow landed against the boundary. The spear shade recoiled and struck again, and more weapons joined it. Sword edges and axe heads and hooked bills hammering at the air beyond the road, every impact sending a tremor through the milestone. Geralt examined the clamps. The names on the first were villagers taken for the levy. The second held soldiers' names, marked by rank or company. The third listed no names at all, only numbers. The fourth had been hammered smooth. The fifth carried a single line, quarter witnessed and accepted. They made a record, Bren said, and Geralt told him they made a lock. Why leave the names then, so the oath would know whom to hold? The mist thickened. A prisoner wraith appeared among the soldiers at the boundary, wrists tied behind him, and he did not strike. He leaned forward until the gray cord around his arms pulled tight, then looked down at the clamp bearing Orin's name. His throat opened. Bren turned away. Geralt wedged the spade beneath the first clamp and pushed, and the iron did not move. It had been driven through the slab into something below, its ends bent outward like roots. He drew a narrow vial of clear spirit from his satchel and poured it across the engraved names, and then he took powdered chalk and grave salt and rubbed both into the cuts until the lettering shone pale against the iron. Bren asked what it was for. "To separate the name from the iron," Geralt said, and when the boy asked whether such a thing could be done, he answered that it could, for long enough. He set 2 fingers against the first line and spoke the name aloud. Oren Vale. The prisoner at the boundary convulsed. A thin thread of light drew itself out of the clamp, passed through the air, and entered the wound in his throat, and the shade lifted his head as his hands loosened behind him, though the cord remained. Geralt continued. Yannick Cern, Belor of Vessa, Tomulgar. Each name left the iron as a pale strand. Some found a spirit waiting at the boundary, and others vanished west into the mist, seeking their dead across the field. The clamp darkened as its writing emptied. Behind the shades, the commander appeared. He came over the rise with ash clinging to his cloak and fire burning through the wound in his chest, and the iron ring about his wrist had split halfway across, yet gray cords still poured from it, burrowing into soldiers, prisoners, and the ground itself. The burned dead had torn away half his face, and beneath the missing flesh moved other faces pressed together and whispering. Stop, he said. Geralt read the next name. The commander raised his hand, and every weapon at the boundary struck together. The milestone shifted. Soil spilled from beneath its base, and Bren dropped to one knee and seized the marker with both arms as it leaned toward the field, his bare foot sliding through the dirt, leaving blood where stones cut the sole. Witcher. Geralt caught the side of the stone with his shoulder and shoved it upright. The pressure from the dead came through it in slow pulses, each stronger than the last. He told the boy to brace it, and Bren, teeth set, asked with what. Geralt looked at the road. A cart rut ran along the eastern edge, hardened by years of passing wheels, and he thrust the spade into it, levered up a length of packed earth, and jammed the handle between the milestone and the opposite bank. The wood bowed but held. Bren put his back against the marker while Geralt returned to the clamp. The commander advanced to the boundary. His form darkened where the mist gathered around him, growing heavy enough for his boots to crush the weeds, and he placed one hand against the air that stopped him. The boundary bent inward. You were hired to clear a road, he said. Geralt spoke another name, and the commander told him he had found the road, and another pale thread left the iron, and the commander said to leave the dead where they were placed. Geralt looked up. They were never placed. The commander's remaining eye narrowed. Geralt drove the hooked knife under the emptied clamp and struck its handle with the pommel of his sword, and the iron cracked at the first bend. A second blow broke it free. The prisoner shade nearest the boundary drew breath. It entered him with a sound like wind through winter branches, and color returned faintly to his face, and the black wound beneath his jaw closed enough for words. He promised dawn. The commander struck the boundary with his wrist ring, and the prisoner vanished in the flare. The milestone lurched, and Bren cried out as the edge crushed his burned arm against the wooden brace. Geralt seized the broken clamp and thrust it into the bare earth between the stone and the field. Iron met the hidden cords, and a line of blue-white light ran through the soil, exposing the binding beneath their feet. It spread like roots. One branch led west, toward the great ring under the ridge. Another ran beneath the road, and a third curved north and ended in the false burial pit, while the deepest line went straight down beneath the slab. Something hung there, not buried in soil, but suspended in a narrow stone chamber under the road. Geralt cleared the remaining dirt from the horizontal slab, and a seam appeared around it sealed with black wax. At its center, where 4 corners met, lay a round iron plate no wider than his palm, and 5 fingerprints had been pressed into the rust. Bren asked through clenched teeth whose hand it had been, and Geralt said it was the one who witnessed the surrender. The boy said the commander's name as a question, and Geralt shook his head and said the commander had given the promise. He studied the print. The fingers were short and broad, and one had ended at the first joint. Edrin Holt had been missing an ear, not a finger.
The commander saw Geralt's gaze settle on the plate, and the cords running from his wrist tightened. You do not know what waits below. Geralt took the old mail collar from his belt. Its flattened ring bore the same tally cuts as the western boundary stone, but one link near the clasp had been crudely repaired, the replacement wider than the rest, its edge showing the mark of a severed finger pressed into hot iron. Bren stared at it and said it was his grandsire's. Geralt said the man had witnessed. The boy shook his head and said no, he guarded them, and Geralt told him he did both. The commander's voice hardened. He accepted their yield in my name. Geralt said that he stole their tokens, and the commander answered that he was paid, and the shades began beating the boundary again. Geralt laid the collar over the iron plate. The repaired link settled into the five-fingered print as though forged for it, and cold surged upward, and Edrin Holt appeared on his knees beside the stone, his shade dragged out of the links and bent double by the force below. His severed tongue hung black in his mouth. Geralt caught the wraith by the jaw and forced it open. Witness what you saw. Edrin shook his head. The commander thrust his hand farther through the boundary, his fingers entering the road, sharpening into blackened claws, and he commanded the old man to hold his silence. Edrin convulsed. Bren leaned around the milestone with blood running down his arm. You left us land bought with this? The old shade looked at him. Bren said he had worn what he took, that he had let it pass from father to son, and Edrin lowered his head. The boy's voice weakened, then steadied. Speak. The shade raised one shaking hand and placed it over the iron plate, and a memory opened around them. The road vanished beneath mud churned by boots. Dawn light lay gray over the field, and prisoners stood in lines with their weapons piled behind them, each man passing a broad iron ring over his head, while an officer spoke words of quarter. And Edrin waited beside him with a knife and strips of gray cord. When the last man yielded, the officer removed the ring from his wrist, and Edrin took it. Then horns sounded. Soldiers closed around the prisoners. The first rank tried to turn, the second had no room, and knives opened throats from behind, while archers fired into those who ran, and Edrin moved along the lines, cutting tokens from necks and fingers, binding names to the ring with cords soaked in blood. The officer watched from horseback. The memory shifted. Night covered the field, and bodies filled the ruts. Edrin and 4 others carried the ring east, but before they reached the milestone, the dead began to rise behind them, and one bearer tore his own eyes out, and another walked into the alders and drowned. Edrin reached the road alone. He broke the ring into 2 pieces. The larger half he hid beneath the thorn ridge as a lure, and the smaller he sealed under the milestone with the written oath, the names in his own blood, fixing the dead to the road they had been promised. They might leave by dawn. The vision snapped shut. Edrin's shade remained crouched over the plate, and the commander had forced half his arm through the boundary, his fingers reaching toward the wraith's throat. Geralt drew the hooked knife across the repaired mail link.
The iron screamed, and Edrin screamed with it, and the link split. The round plate beneath it sprang upward, releasing a breath of air sealed for decades that smelled of blood, wet stone, and the first cold hour before sunrise. All 5 clamps snapped at once, and the slab dropped half an inch. Bren lost his footing as the milestone pitched toward the field, and Geralt seized him by the coat and dragged him clear as the marker struck the road and broke along its hidden seam. Inside it lay coils of gray cord, hundreds of cut oath tokens, and the smaller half of the iron ring. The broken arc began to turn. Names whispered from its edge. The boundary vanished, and the shades crossed the road. Geralt kicked the ring half into the open chamber beneath the slab and drew a line of salt across the mouth. The first wraith struck it and burst into pale fire, but those behind drove onward through the remains. The commander stepped over the fallen milestone, his ruined face a crowded mask of the dead. "You have opened it," he said. Geralt hauled Bren behind the broken marker, tore the tallow jars from his satchel, and smashed them across the turning iron. "No," he said, "you did." He struck flint into the chamber, and fire ran through the cords. The road split from edge to edge, and beneath the field, the 2 halves of the oath ring began to call to one another, and the answer came up from under the thorn ridge, iron ringing below the field, deep enough to shake soil loose from the broken road. The smaller arc in the chamber leapt against its stone walls and scattered burning tallow, while the buried half pulled west with such force that every gray cord stretched taut between them. The road cracked farther. A black seam ran from the fallen milestone out into the battlefield, opening beneath weeds and trenches and shallow graves, and pale fire moved inside it. Wherever the light passed, bones rolled in the earth and wraiths turned from Geralt toward the distant ridge. The 2 halves wanted to be whole. Geralt seized the smaller arc with the iron tongs. Heat had reddened its outer edge, yet the inner curve was still furred with frost, and names shifted across the metal beneath the soot and melted fat, surfacing just long enough to be red before they sank back into black iron. Some matched Dara's list. Most did not. Bren crouched behind the broken marker, clutching his crushed arm, and asked what he was doing. "Taking it back," Geralt said. "To the ridge," the man asked, and Geralt said no. "To the dead." The commander crossed the burning cords. Flame climbed his legs and vanished beneath the dark plate, and he did not slow. Each step carried him farther beyond the lost boundary, and with every pace the mist thickened around his shoulders until his body stood taller than any living man. "You mend what was broken," he said. Geralt lifted the ring half from the chamber, and the dead came with it. Prisoner shades lurched forward as though hooked through the breast. Soldiers followed, some dragged backward by cords tied to the iron, others striking blindly at whatever stood before them, and the narrow road filled from ditch to ditch with torn faces and corroded weapons. Geralt took Bren by the collar and hauled him upright, asking whether he could reach the village. "Through them," Bren said. "Along the north ditch," Geralt told him. "The water still runs there." Bren looked toward the field and asked about the names, and Geralt took Dara's pages from the man's own coat and pressed them back against his chest and told him to carry them. "You need them," Bren said. Geralt told him he knew enough. A shade thrust a spear over the fallen milestone. Geralt struck the head aside with the tongs, then drove his boot into the shaft, and the weapon broke where rusted iron joined spectral wood. Its wielder folded around the broken haft and slid into the fire. Bren hesitated. Geralt shoved him toward the ditch and told him to go. The man stumbled north with one boot missing, and the list held inside his coat, and 2 prisoner wraiths turned after him. Geralt cast a handful of powdered mandrake into the burning chamber, and the flame rose green. A bitter cloud rolled low across the road, carrying the scent of crushed roots and graves newly opened. The shades recoiled from it, their forms fraying where the smoke entered their wounds. And Bren reached the ditch and vanished among the reeds before the dead could gather again. The commander lifted his hand, and gray cords snapped around Geralt from both sides. One caught the tongs, another closed across his chest and dragged him against the broken stone, and the smaller arc struck the road, bouncing once before the commander pulled it toward himself. Geralt let the tongs go. He caught the cord across his chest with both hands, turned beneath it and wound it around the jagged edge of the fallen milestone, and when the commander pulled again, the binding sawed against rock. The cord tightened until it was a line of white frost. Geralt drove Ard into the broken marker, and the stone split. The sharp fragment trapped beneath the cord jumped upward and cut through it, and the severed end writhed across Geralt's coat, leaving a trail of ice before it faded into mist. The ring half went on, sliding toward the commander. Geralt drew silver and struck the road ahead of it. The blade entered the earth to half its width, and he twisted it across the broken ark's path, catching the iron against the guard. The ring half shuddered and tried to climb over the blade. The commander stopped 3 paces away. Faces moved beneath his remaining cheek. One stared out through his eye. Another pressed a mouth against the wound under his chin. "You cannot bear their oath," he said. Geralt gripped the sword with both hands. "Neither could you." The commander struck. His wrist ring had widened into a dark crescent around his arm, and it met Geralt's silver, with weight enough to drive him to one knee. Cold burst through the hilt. The dead pressed closer, tightening their circle around the fallen milestone. Geralt did not meet the second blow. He pulled his sword free and rolled beneath it, and the commander's ring smashed into the road and sent chips of stone through the mist. Geralt caught the smaller arc with the tongs as he rose and drove the heated iron against the split in the commander's wrist ring. Both pieces screamed. The wraith recoiled, and faces burst from his armor, stretching outward on long necks of vapor. Several wore open throat wounds. Others had arrows through their eyes, or cords buried deep in their wrists. Geralt crossed the smaller arc over the split again. Names flared across both pieces, and the commander's arm came apart to the elbow. Gray cords spilled from the wound in a writhing mass and lashed at Geralt's face and hands. But their pull weakened without the ring to guide them, and he struck once through the thickest bundle, severing bindings rather than flesh. The dead nearest him staggered. A prisoner dropped his bound hands. A soldier let his axe fall, and both remained standing, caught between the old command and the names burning on the iron. Geralt took the ark and ran west, and the host followed. He crossed the road into the field, where the boundary had vanished, and the mist reached his knees, then his waist, but it no longer hid the ground. The fiery seam between the ring halves lit trenches and bones and buried weapons below the surface, drawing a straight path toward the ridge. Wraiths rose along it in ranks. Geralt did not try to break through the center. He worked along the edge of an old trench. using the drop to keep the dead from closing on one side. And when a pair of guards climbed from the mist ahead of him, he flung a waxed packet of salt and crushed Rowan into the trench and struck it with silver. Powder burst across the shades, their forms hardened white for an instant, brittle as frost-covered reeds, and Geralt drove through them shoulder first and shattered both without wasting a killing stroke. Farther on, crawling bones blocked the narrow bank. He thrust the ring half close to them, and the names on its edge brightened, and every skull turned toward the iron. The bones pulled aside and made a passage as they reached for the tokens bound within the ark. Behind him, the commander gathered himself again.
His broken arm grew from the cords, longer and darker than before, and plate formed around it without joint or buckle, and the dead faces within his body sank deeper, their mouths silenced, as his own voice rolled out across the field. Close the line. The host moved to encircle him. Soldiers came from the south. Bound prisoners climbed out of the northern trenches, and the mist shaped archers along the rises with their bows already drawn. No single spirit held enough will to resist the command, while both halves of the ring remained apart. Geralt reached the first crossing point. The blue fire he had kindled around the old mail collar still smoldered in the hollow, and only the hazel rod remained whole, blackened along one side. He snatched it from the ash as arrows hissed through the mist. One passed through his thigh and left the muscle numb. Another struck the ring half in the tongs, and the iron jolted free and fell beside the collar. The dead converged on it. Geralt drew the list of returned names from memory. Edrin Holt. The old guard rose from the collar, his shade coming slowly, thinner than before, the wound in his tongue still black, and he looked from Geralt to the smaller ark, then toward the commander descending into the hollow. Carry it, Geralt said, and Edrin recoiled, and Geralt told him he had carried it once. The shade lowered his head. The commander stretched out his darkened arm and told him to hold his silence. Edrin began to fade. Geralt planted the hazel rod in the burning ash and spoke the name again, then added those carved beside it on the mail links, and men of the same guard detail emerged around Edrin, some missing hands, some with blood covering their palms. They looked at one another as though waking in a room they had entered long ago. Geralt pointed to the ring half and told him to take back what he had stolen. Edrin bent and lifted, and the iron passed clean through his hands. At first, so he tried again, and this time the names along the arc flared and gave his fingers weight enough to close. Every prisoner shade cried out at once. Edrin turned west. The other guards gathered around him, not as an escort of honor, but as men returning a burden, and they carried the ark between them while Geralt walked beside the smoldering circle with silver ready. The commander struck the first guard from behind, his dark arm passing through the shade and tearing it into ribbons of mist. Edrin stumbled and held the ring. Another guard stepped into the fallen spirit's place. Geralt cut low across the commander's legs where they entered the hot ash. Yrden still lingered beneath the ground, faint and broken, yet enough of it remained to give the wraith substance within the old lines, and Silver opened both knees. The commander fell, then dragged himself forward on cords that hooked into the earth. Geralt kicked the hazel rod from the coals, and burning bark rolled beneath the wraith's hand. Living wood, rowan smoke, and old fire caught the cords where they crossed the sign, pinning them long enough for Edrin and the others to pass.
They moved through the hollow, and each step cost one guard. Archers loosed from the ridges. Prisoner shades rushed the ring, driven at it by the commander's will, and Geralt used the flat of his blade to turn them aside, refusing to cut those whose names already shone upon the iron. When soldiers pressed too near, he broke buckles, sword belts, and gray bindings, stripping pieces of the remembered slaughter from them until their forms lost shape. The thorn ridge loomed ahead. Fire still burned inside the shaft, dimmer now, fed by tallow and old cords, and the larger half of the oath ring turned below, hammering against the stone chamber in slow, furious revolutions. Edrin reached the Tallystone's broken place. Only he remained, and the smaller ark trembled in his hands. The commander rose behind Geralt, larger than before. He'd drawn the fallen guards into himself, adding their armor and wounds to his own, and his head nearly touched the low branches. The broken wrist ring had become a hooked blade of iron and shadow. Edrin looked into the shaft, then at Geralt. His ruined tongue moved, and no sound came, and Geralt understood. Witness it. Edrin stepped into the fire. His shade burned white. The smaller arc dropped from his hands and fell through the shaft, striking shields, stone, and old iron on the way down. The two halves met, and a single ring formed beneath the ridge. For one breath, the field was still. Then every name carved into the iron spoke at once. The sound lifted the thorns by their roots. It tore mist from the trenches and dragged the dead upward in long, pale streams, and wraiths twisted above the field, bound together by wrists, throats, and wounds, all of them pulled toward the reunited oath ring. The commander threw himself at the shaft, and Geralt met him at the edge. Silver entered the split beneath his breastplate where the stolen faces churned, and the blade held him for a heartbeat. Nothing more. The commander seized Geralt by the throat and lifted him from the ground. Below them, the ring began to turn. The names reversed upon its edge. The oath was winding backward. Geralt drove the tongs into the commander's ruined eye. The wraith recoiled and dropped him beside the opening, and Geralt landed hard, breath gone, one hand closing around the last jar at his belt. Grave earth, taken from a properly kept burial ground before ever he entered the field. He cast it into the shaft, and the ring struck the falling soil and slowed. Across the battlefield, the dead descended. Some sank into trenches. Others fell beside bones that had lain waiting for them, and prisoners returned to the shallow line while burned shapes drifted toward the wagon mounds. The commander alone remained above the ground. His body emptied as the stolen shades tore free of him, leaving dark armor around a hollow shape, and the wound through his skull opened wider, while gray cords whipped from his back, searching for the dead they had lost. Geralt climbed to one knee and drew a circle around the shaft with silver, ash, and the last of his salt. The commander looked down at the turning ring, and for the first time something like fear entered his face. Geralt completed the circle. The reunited anchor cracked, and a sound came from beneath the ridge like a gate opening in the earth. The commander's armor split from throat to groin, and what emerged from inside him wore no face at all. The thing that came out of the armor was made from the places where names had been cut away. It rose without head or limbs, a tall hollow in the mist, darker than the night around it, and the commander's empty plate hung open beneath it, each piece suspended as though worn by an invisible body, while gray cords streamed from the gaps and struck at the earth in search of something living to bind. Geralt remained inside the circle. The silver line around the shaft had broken in 2 places where roots tore through it, and ash lay scattered across the stone. Salt melted beneath the cold pouring off the faceless shade, and below, the reunited oath ring turned more slowly with each revolution. A cord lashed across the circle. Geralt caught it on the crossguard, and frost climbed the blade at once, whitening the fuller and numbing his fingers furrowed through the leather. He twisted the sword, winding the binding around the hilt, then drove the point into the earth outside the circle, and the cord pulled tight. The faceless shade leaned toward him. No voice came from it. The commander's speech had belonged to the man, and the man had been stripped away with the stolen dead, and what remained was the oath itself, after betrayal, had hollowed every word from it. Promise without speaker, obedience without end. The buried ring cracked again, and a piece fell inward and struck stone below. Across the field the laid dead stirred in their graves. Geralt felt it through his knees. Fingers scraped once beneath the soil, then stopped, and a prisoner's shade rose halfway from the nearest trench, face pale and unfinished, before sinking again as the ring completed another turn. The thing above the armor reached for him, and Geralt released the sword. The cord snapped the weapon from the ground and dragged it beyond the circle, and silver vanished into the mist among the thorns. The shade entered through the broken line. Cold struck Geralt's chest like deep water. His breath failed. The old scars along his ribs opened in white pain, and for an instant he stood elsewhere. Mud lay beneath his boots, and dawn waited behind the eastern road. Men knelt in rows across the field, with their heads bowed, each one holding his own name cupped between bound hands, and at the front stood the officer, in his dark cloak, face still living, wrist lifted inside the broad iron ring. "You will leave by sunrise," he said. The prisoners passed beneath the ring one by one, and as each man crossed, his name appeared on the iron. Geralt saw Oren Vale enter the line with the red scarf around his neck. He saw boys carrying axes, wounded soldiers leaning upon one another, servants pulled from burned wagons, old men taken because no younger sons remained. Behind them, Edrin Holt waited with his knife. The faceless thing stood among them. It had always been there, though no living eye had seen it, and it grew inside the promise as the first knife was drawn, drinking the space between the words spoken and the deed that followed. Geralt forced breath into his lungs, and the vision thinned. He stood again at the shaft, with the shade wrapped around him. Gray cords crept over his shoulders, and beneath his arms, searching for his wrists, throat, and name. One pressed against the medallion at his chest and recoiled from the silver. Another tightened across his mouth. Below, the ring turned. Geralt seized the cord at his throat with both hands and stepped backward into the shaft. His heel found the edge. The shade followed, drawn toward the anchor from which it had risen, its darkness filling the opening and blotting out the last of the fire below. And Geralt bent his knees, let the cord tighten, then threw his weight sideways rather than back. The faceless thing crossed the inner edge of the circle, and Yrden flared beneath the ruined ground. Only a few violet lines remained from the sign cast earlier, buried under ash and torn roots, but the oath ring had completed them when its halves joined. Light climbed the cords. The shade gained form for a single heartbeat
becoming a body woven from knots, severed bindings, and strips of written iron. Geralt struck it with his bare palm, and Ard broke through the center. The force did not scatter the thing. It opened it. Inside the hollow burned hundreds of names in cramped rows, crossed out, buried, hammered, smooth, and they flashed across the darkness and vanished too quickly to read. All except one at the center. Arvin Tole, the commander's name. Geralt spoke it, and the field answered with a groan. The suspended armor slammed together around the shade, plate closing over darkness, and the broken helmet formed last, sealing a face inside that had been gone for decades. The commander staggered within the circle, his eye returned. The wound through his skull closed enough to hold its shape, and he looked down at his hands as though they belonged to a stranger, saying no, only that no. Geralt wiped blood from his mouth and gave him the name again. It cut deeper than silver. The commander bent at the waist, cracks spreading across his breastplate, revealing no stolen faces now, only a narrow black emptiness beneath, and he whispered that he had given quarter. Geralt told him he had broken it. They fled before the order, Arvin said, and Geralt stepped toward the shaft and said they fled the knives. Arvin raised his head. Around the ridge, prisoner shades came up out of the ground, not in ranks, one beneath the thorns, another beside the tally stone, and Orin Vale last of all, the red scarf hanging loose over a throat no longer open. None of them carried weapons. The commander turned slowly among them and said that they had yielded, and no one answered him, and the dead drew nearer. Arvin lifted the wrist ring, but the iron had lost its cords, and only a broken band remained around his arm. "Hold the line," he said. Orin stepped through the circle, and the commander retreated to the edge of the shaft and said it once more, "Hold," while more prisoners crossed the silver line. Irden gave each of them weight, shaping bare feet, torn coats, and bound hands from the mist, and they surrounded Arvin without ever touching him. Geralt descended one step into the shaft. Shield rims lined the narrow wall below, fire still clinging to the tallow in shallow blue tongues, and at the bottom, the oath ring lay split across one side with grave earth scattered over the names. The crack was not wide enough. He took the iron tongs and climbed down. Above him, Arvin's voice sharpened. They swore, and Geralt set the jaws of the tongs inside the break and said, "That so had he." He pulled. The iron resisted, cold, running up the handles until it locked his elbows, and names flickered along the ring, some clear, others buried beneath rust and blackened fat. From above came the scrape of Arvin's boots as he tried to force his way through the prisoner shades. Geralt braced one foot against the stone wall and pulled again, and the crack widened a finger's breadth. A voice rose from the ring. Orin Vale. The red-scarfed shade straightened above, and another name followed. Yannick Cern. And then another. The iron speaking them one by one, releasing each from the cut letters around its edge. The voices were no longer joined in command. Some belonged to men and some to women, and several were children's voices carried from the burned mounds beyond the hollow. Arvin struck at the dead. His hand passed through Orin's chest, and the prisoner did not move. Geralt twisted the tongs, and the ring split halfway through. All across the field, mist rose from the ground in pale columns, carrying the shapes of those laid beneath trenches,
wagon mounds and weeds. They stood where their bodies had fallen and turned east toward the road promised to them. The horizon had begun to gray. Dawn pressed under the clouds, and Arvin saw it and said, "They cannot leave." Orin looked toward the eastern boundary. The boundary stone lay broken there, and the road beyond it remained open.
Arvin stepped in front of him and told him he had yielded. "You yielded to me." And Orin's hands came apart behind his back, and the gray cord dropped to the ground, and the other prisoner's bindings loosened with it. Arvin reached for the nearest shade, but the dead passed through him, and one by one they walked toward the east, crossing the ridge and descending into the field. Some limped, some carried wounds that faded as they went, and those without faces slowly regained them beneath the growing light. The commander turned to Geralt and told him to stop them. Geralt pulled until the muscles in his back burned and the ring groaned, and Arvin came down into the shaft. His armor scraped against the shields lining the walls. The confined space forced his wraith form into substance, black plate crowding Geralt against the stone, and he seized the tongs and drove them downward, closing the crack by half. Geralt released one handle and struck the commander beneath the chin. The blow snapped Arvin's head back against the shaft, bone and iron ringing together, and Geralt caught the edge of the wrist ring, braced it against the broken anchor, and twisted the commander's arm into the gap. Arvin understood too late. The turning iron caught him, his wrist ring locking between the split halves, names flaring across both bands, Old Oath and False Witness, grinding against one another. Geralt seized the tongs with both hands. Arvin struck him across the face, and the light burst behind his eyes. The second blow glanced from his shoulder and drove him to one knee. Above them, the last prisoners crossed the ridge. Orin Vale stopped the opening and looked down, and Arvin reached toward him with his free hand and said, "Hold the line." Orin took the red scarf from his neck and dropped it into the shaft, and the cloth settled across the burning names, and flame caught, and the ring turned white. Geralt pulled. Iron tore apart. The sound that followed carried no echo. It passed through stone, bone, and every rusted weapon buried beneath the field, a single breaking note that emptied the mist from the trenches and threw Arvin against the shaft wall. The commander's wrist remained caught in one half of the ring, the other fell open. Names rose from the iron as sparks and passed through Arvin's armor, each one leaving a black hole behind. He tried to speak, but the names came through his mouth, his wound, the seams of his plate, and the commander thinned around them until only the dark cloak and broken wrist ring remained. Orin watched from above. Arvin lifted his face, and dawn touched it. The dead took him. Hands emerged from the stone, from the shields, from the grave earth beneath the split anchor, and bound wrists closed around his arms and throat and drew him downward through the broken ring, not violently, but with the steady force of a debt finally claimed. His armor collapsed empty. The last gray cord followed him into the earth, and silence filled the shaft. Geralt stayed on one knee until the cold left his hands. Then he gathered the broken pieces of the ring, carried them up, and laid them inside the circle. The prisoner shades had gone from the ridge. Across the field, pale figures moved along the eastern road. They did not march. They walked singly and in small groups, some helping the wounded, others carrying children or leading those who could not see, and as they passed the broken milestone, the first sunlight reached beneath the clouds.
Their forms faded beyond it. Oren Vale remained at the edge of the field. Geralt climbed from the shaft. The shade looked toward the village, where Dira's lantern burned beside the western stones. And though the distance was great, she stood watching the road. Oren touched 2 fingers to the red mark that no longer crossed his throat. Then he turned east, and the light took him before he reached the fallen marker. Geralt waited until the road was empty. Then he returned to the shaft and broke each piece of the oath ring with the spade, driving the fragments apart until no curve remained that could be joined. And he buried the iron beneath grave earth, laid the empty mail collar over it, and burned both with rowan until the links sagged red. When the fire died, mist no longer gathered in the hollow. The weeds rose beneath the morning wind. Rain began softly, darkening the dry ruts 1 drop at a time, and water entered the trenches, touched the bones below, and passed onward without blood or whisper. Geralt crossed the field toward the western stones. No iron struck beneath his feet, and no command followed him from the ridge. Dara stood beside the road, with Bren leaning against her shoulder, his arm bound, and his bare foot wrapped in linen, and Hennon waited farther back with the villagers and 3 empty carts. The old woman looked past Geralt and asked whether he had left, and Geralt said yes. She closed her eyes once, then held out the folded list, and he did not take it. "Keep the names," he said. "Bury the bones before winter." Dira held the papers against her chest. Geralt went to Roach, tightened the girth, and mounted, and behind him the villagers crossed the boundary stones carrying spades, blankets, and lengths of clean white cloth. The road through the field lay open beneath the rain. The dead walk east at last, down the road they were promised, and go out with the morning like breath off cold glass. What was needed here was never a sword. It was their names, handed back to them. I am John, and I will admit this is the one I still turn over after the lantern is out. Stay for the next tale. Not every field this white-haired man crosses asks him to be so gentle.